The night ahead of you has already been spoken for. God Himself keeps its watch from this minute to morning. That is the promise you pressed play on, and you may hold Him to every hour of it. But before you settle, you should know what kind of night you are lying down into. The hour you dread, the deep middle one, the 3 in the morning one, has a hidden history, and you have been told almost nothing true about it. Somewhere in the next 8 hours, you will meet a man who blamed God for his insomnia, to his face in writing, and you will hear what God did with the complaint. You will hear the one story Jesus chose to set at midnight, of all the hours He could have picked, and what happened at that door. You will learn why the hour you fear has volunteers, people who wait for it on purpose, and have for centuries. And you will end at a morning built on a night, long ago, when God Himself stood the watch while His whole people slept. Now here is the strangest invitation you will receive all week. You are meant to sleep through most of it. Fall asleep in the middle of any sentence. The sentence will finish without you and lose nothing. Nothing in these hours needs you awake, and nothing in them will startle you. The words will grow quieter as you grow heavier, fewer and farther apart the deeper the night goes, because this night was built the same shape as you're sleeping. And if your eyes open in the deep middle, stay exactly where you are. Within a few minutes, a word will reach you where you lie, written for that hour and waiting in it. You have carried enough nights alone. Set this one down at the threshold. From here to morning, every word you hear is His word to you. Listen. He begins where your night actually begins. The lamp was still on when you began measuring the night. If sleep comes quickly, 5 hours. If it drags its feet, 4.5. You check the alarm twice, set the phone face down, and lay back, and somewhere behind your closed eyes the bracing began, the quiet preparation for 3 in the morning, while the lamp was still warm. Beloved, the hour you dread has a different reputation in my book than it has in your bedroom. Before this night is over, you will hear what that hour has done in my presence, and the first witness I am calling is a man who once accused me, in writing, of keeping him awake. Psalm 77. The words of Asaph. I cry aloud to God, and He will hear me. In the day of my trouble I seek the Lord. In the night my hand is stretched out without wearying. My soul refuses to be comforted. I remember God, and I groan. I meditate, and my spirit faints. You hold my eyelids open. I am so troubled that I cannot speak. I consider the days of old, the years long ago. I remember my song in the night. My heart meditates, and my spirit searches. I will remember the deeds of the Lord. Yes, I will remember your wonders of old. Asaph wrote that about me. Stay with the boldest line a sleepless man has ever prayed. You hold my eyelids open. He lay in the dark, hour after hour, and reached a verdict. His insomnia was my doing. He pointed at heaven from his own bed, and named me as the hand on his eyelids, the reason the ceiling would not turn into sleep. I kept the line. I could have let it fall out of his song. I could have left the complaint in the dark where he whispered it, filed among the unrecorded prayers, and no one would ever have known he said it. Instead, I carried it into my book, set it between the praises with my full approval, where every generation in every century could find it and read it and breathe easier because it exists. The accusation of a man who could not sleep sits in the middle of my word, honored, preserved, counted as holy writing. That is how I treat what my people say to me at their worst hour. He did more than accuse me. Read on a few lines past where I stopped you, and you find him hurling questions into the dark, one after another, with no answers attached. Will the Lord cast off forever? Will he never again be favorable? Has his steadfast love ceased? Are his promises at an end? Has God forgotten to be gracious? The fiercest questions in your chest at 3 a.m, Asaph asked first, asked in order, and wrote down. I kept those as well, every question mark, unanswered on the page, because a question carried honestly to me is already half a prayer, and because I wanted you to open this psalm one night and recognize your own. And learn who this man was, because it sharpens everything. Asaph was no stranger wandering at the edge of the story. David himself appointed him chief of the musicians, the leader of worship before the ark, the man who sounded the bronze cymbals when the presence of God came near. Day after day, he stood before the tent where the ark rested, lifting Israel's praise with skilled hands, and the music obeyed him. The night was another country. In the night, his own song went quiet in his mouth, and the man who could summon melody for a whole nation could not summon sleep for himself. Songs were his calling, his trade, his whole life's work. 12 psalms carry his name. The professional worshiper of Israel, the man whose hands knew the instruments of praise better than anyone alive, is the same man lying flat in the dark, unable to make the night release him. If sleeplessness were a verdict on a person's faith, it chose a strange first target. You have your own version of his line. You said part of it last week, lying very still so the rest of the house would stay asleep, the phone dark on the bedside table, your eyes mapping the ceiling you could not really see. Why does this keep happening to me? What did I do? Why won't you just let me rest? You swallowed the words before they finished, certain that thoughts so sour could never count as prayer. Asaph's were sourer, and I made his into a psalm. But notice what you are doing at this very moment, because it is stranger than waking. You have not woken. The night has barely started, and already your imagination has traveled ahead to the deep middle of it and begun acting out the scene. The eyes opening in the dark, the silence of the house, the spiral starting up mid-thought as though it had been idling, waiting for you. You are rehearsing an hour that has not arrived. You are living it now so thoroughly that if it comes, you will have suffered it twice, and if it never comes, you will have suffered it once for nothing. Dread always offers this bargain, pay now and pay again later, and calls it being prepared. It runs ahead of you down the hallway of the night and stands at the far end, holding the 3 o'clock hour up like a sentence already passed. I would rather meet you at this end of the hallway while the lamp is barely cold. So come back to Asaph, to the small detail in his psalm that almost everyone reads past. In the night my hand is stretched out without weary. Picture it. The complaint is still in his mouth. His soul, by his own admission, refuses to be comforted, refuses it the way a child turns a face away from food. And through all of it, Through the groaning and the fainting spirit and the verdict against me, his hand stays open in the dark, stretched toward the one he is accusing. The arm does not come down. A man can refuse comfort and reach for the comforter in the same hour, and the reaching is the truer testimony. I am well acquainted with being held at arm's length by an arm that will not let go of me. I stayed inside his refusal the whole night long. I can stay inside yours. Now look once more at the psalm, above the first verse this time, at the line your eyes always skip because it reads like paperwork. For the director of music. For Jeduthun. Of Asaph. A psalm. Do you understand what that heading is? It is a delivery instruction. Asaph took the worst thoughts of his worst nights, the accusation, the groaning, the soul that would not be consoled, wrote them down without softening one word, and then handed the page to the director of music to be arranged for voices and strings and sung aloud in my house. He gave his insomnia to the choir, and I received it as worship. For 3,000 years, congregations have stood shoulder to shoulder and sung the prayer of a man who could not sleep, in languages he never heard, on continents he never knew the earth contained. Children have learned it. Singers have rehearsed it on Tuesday evenings. Monks have chanted it before dawn. His 3 a.m. became liturgy, and it has never once stopped being sung somewhere on the earth. That is the standing of your dreaded hour in my book. An hour that has produced scripture. An hour I have set to music and kept in the repertoire of heaven and earth ever since. So the thoughts you think at that hour, the unedited ones, the ones you would never say in a lit room with other believers listening, have a place to go. My book holds groaning. My book holds questions that waited generations for their answers. My book holds a worship leader telling me to my face that his sleeplessness was my fault, and holds it without one syllable struck from the record. Bring me the 3 a.m. version of yourself, the one with no performance left in it, no posture, no chosen words. That is the version I recognize fastest of all. And while we are clearing the ledger, take this off your chest, because the shame of it has been lying there like a second blanket. Third night this week, you said to yourself in the mirror this morning, as though a file were thickening somewhere, as though a patience were being spent down and the balance was getting thin. No such file exists. No clerk in my house counts your wakings. Every night you come to me new, and my mercy meets you with no memory of how many times it has already been needed, because it is made new ahead of you, always arriving fresh, never carried over. Asaph was awake. Let that fact do its full work in you. The man in the psalm was awake at the hour you fear, doing what you do, lying in the dark with his thoughts while his household slept around him, the only one in the house with open eyes. Which means you have never once been the only one awake. You stand in an old company. And the company is not only ancient. At this very moment, across the whole dark half of the turning earth, the sleepless are lying in their rooms exactly as you are, in apartments and farmhouses and hospital beds, each one certain they are alone in it, and I am present to every single one, undivided, unhurried, no further from the last of them than I am from you. Deeper in this night, I will show you that company properly. For now, hold this much. The room where you lie has never been as empty as it feels. Now watch where Asaph turned, because his whole psalm pivots on one decision made flat on his back in the dark. After the groaning, after the verdict against me, after the soul that refused all consolation, he says it almost abruptly, the hinge of the entire night. I will remember the deeds of the Lord. Yes, I will remember your wonders of old. Measure what he did and did not do. He changed nothing about his circumstances. The bed was the same bed. The dark was the same dark. His eyes, as far as the psalm reports, were still open. No angel arrived, no sleep fell on him mid-verse, no answer came down. He simply moved his remembering. All night it had been running forward into dread, rehearsing trouble that had not happened. He took hold of it and turned it around, aimed it backward instead, into the things I had already done. Wonders with dates on them, deliverances he could name, mornings I had already brought him safely to. The night kept its power to hold him awake. It lost its power to choose what he looked at. You can make his turn from your own pillow, without sitting up, without effort, before this movement ends. One morning is enough. One morning I have already brought you through, and it will come to you if you leave the door open. You have one, you have more than one, a season you were certain would break you, and which did not break you, a provision that arrived after you had quietly stopped expecting it, a door that opened so late you had stopped watching it, a recovery, a reconciliation, a Tuesday when the dreaded call brought good news. Whichever one rises, hold it the way Asaph held his wonders of old, and allow it room to widen. The relief in your chest, a breath you finally let out, the strange ordinary light of a feared day turning out kind. Stay in it a moment longer than feels natural. What you said to the person nearest you when the news came good, what the morning looked like from the far side of the fear. I was in that morning. I have not changed since that morning. The hands that carried you to it are the hands beneath you now, and they have lost none of their strength between then and this pillow. Dread needs your imagination to live. Remembering takes the imagination back, and dread goes hungry. While you remember, your body has already begun a quieter obedience of its own. In darkness, with no instruction from you and no audience at all, it goes about its repair, mending tissue, sorting the day, restoring what the hours wore down, all of it conducted in secret while the room sleeps. I wove that into you on purpose. The dark hours were built for restoring long before they were ever feared, in the body and beneath the body, and the work goes on whether you supervise it or sleep through it. Most of my maintenance of you has always happened without your help. The same is true of this house. You listen for it at night. You always have, an ear half open for the child turning over, the door, the boiler, the street. That listening post is staffed now. The people you love are inside my reach in every room where they sleep, and in every city where they sleep far from you. Each one is fully attended as if they were my only one. Hand me the listening. It was heavy, and you have carried it for years, and it was mine before it was yours. Hand me the day with it. The conversation that went sideways and replays itself at the edge of your thoughts. The bill you slid to next month. The email you will write tomorrow and have already drafted 4 times behind your eyes. The question about the person you love that has no answer yet and refuses to come to rest. The tomorrow you keep trying to live from here, hours before it exists. Pass each one across by name if you can, in a single breath if you cannot. None of them requires a guard posted overnight, and you were the guard you had planned to post. And the clock, the measuring from the beginning, 5 hours, 4.5, the glowing digits you will be tempted to consult at every surfacing. Turn its face away from the bed if you like. Either way, set the bargaining down. I dwell outside all such measuring entirely. My keeping of you is unmeasured, and 1 hour of rest inside my presence restores beyond what the numbers will admit. Watching the night was always the clock's employment. It was never yours. If the waking comes, then, if your eyes do open in the deep middle of the dark, here is what I am telling you in advance now, while you can still hear it clearly and store it where the surfacing self can find it. You will wake into an hour I have used before, an hour that has carried a song, an hour I set to music 3,000 years ago and have kept in heaven's repertoire ever since. An hour with my fingerprints on every minute of it. The waking, if it arrives in territory I hold. And my voice will still be in this room when it does, unhurried, undimmed, speaking into that very hour as though it had been waiting up for you, because it will have been. Should you surface, then, spend no strength on alarm. Take one long, easy breath before any thought is permitted to speak. Recall the choir master, recall the hour's true reputation, and listen, because words will be waiting in this room that were written for that hour alone, the deepest watch of this night, prepared for you before you ever slept. Hold the terms of this night with both hands, because they are gentler than the terms you brought to bed. Sleeping through until morning earns no prize. Waking at 3 carries no failure. If you sleep, the night has succeeded. If you surface, the night will catch you, keep you company, and carry you back down, and it will have succeeded just the same. Sleep is my gift to give, never your assignment to complete. Tonight cannot be failed. One promise remains before the deep rest takes you, the open door I spoke of at the beginning. In my son's own teaching sits a story he chose deliberately to set at midnight of all the hours he could have chosen. A knock on a door at the worst possible time and an answer. Stay with my voice a little longer, drifting as far down as you like while you listen. You do not need to stay awake for it. The promise will land whether you hear it now or whether it simply keeps the room while you sleep. For this moment, the day is finished, and you are the one who finished it. The doors are locked, or they are not. The list is done, or it is not. And either way, the house, the bed, the ceiling you were mapping in the dark itself, all of it rests inside my keeping like a house inside the night sky. Asaf's God is in this room. The choir master's God is in this room. Your eyes can close now. My watch began before you lay down, and it does not change shifts. Breathe the day out now, longer on the leaving breath than on the arriving one, the oldest rhythm of trust the body knows. The lamp can go off. Darkness in my keeping is friendly country, the workshop of repair, the address where mercy has kept its appointments since Asaf's bed and long before it. Your only remaining work is to be kept, and being kept asks nothing of you. Receive my rest now, beloved one. The dread you carried to bed is dissolving like breath on glass. Asaf's turn is becoming your turn, and the mercies you remembered have dates on them and have lost none of their truth. The hour you feared is being renamed before you ever reach it, and my angels keep quiet counsel with this house until light. My grace upon these closing eyes, my peace upon every room, my mercy upon the whole of the coming dark. Sleep, beloved. The night is in older hands than yours. Somewhere on a dark road, long after the lamps of the village had gone out, a traveler was still walking. He had timed his journey for the cool of the night, as travelers in that country did, the heat of the day behind him, the dust quiet under his feet, the moon laying a thin silver path between the hills. The houses ahead of him were shut and sleeping, and he was making for the home of a friend who had no idea he was coming. He could not have guessed on that road that his late arrival was about to set off a chain of midnight, asking that the whole world would still be reading about 2,000 years on. This is the story I promised you, the one my son chose to set at midnight. You may drift while you listen. The story holds either way. Hear his words from the Gospel of Luke. Which of you who has a friend will go to him at midnight and say to him, "Friend, lend me 3 loaves, for a friend of mine has arrived on a journey, and I have nothing to set before him," and he will answer from within, "Do not bother me. The door is now shut, and my children are with me in bed. I cannot get up and give you anything." I tell you, though he will not get up and give him anything because he is his friend, yet because of his boldness he will rise and give him whatever he needs. And I tell you, ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and it will be opened to you. For everyone who asks receives, and the one who seeks finds, and to the one who knocks it will be opened. My son told that story, and before you take one step inside it, look at the hour he stamped on it. Midnight. He had been teaching his friends to pray that very day. They had watched him slip away to quiet places at all hours, watched what prayer did in him and around him, until one of them finally came out with a request underneath all requests. "Lord, teach us to pray." And he answered with the prayer the whole world now carries by heart. "Our Father, hallowed be your name, your kingdom come. Give us each day our daily bread." Then, with the words barely out of his mouth, he reached for his first illustration, the first picture he wanted fastened forever to their idea of asking, and of all the hours hanging in the air, he chose the one you dread. The first lesson in the school of prayer is said at midnight. He could have said it at dawn, when the priests laid the morning incense on the altar, and the whole nation understood that prayer rose with the smoke. He could have said it at the hour of the evening sacrifice, the appointed time, the respectable time, when devout hands opened toward Jerusalem in every village. He could have said it at noon, in the bright market, where asking costs nothing and everyone is awake to answer. Every hour of the day was in his hands, and he passed over all of them and planted the lesson in the deep middle of the night, at a barred door in the dark. My son does nothing by accident. When he wanted to show the world what asking me looks like, he showed them midnight. So the hour you have been bracing for carries his timestamp. Heaven's own teaching example of answered asking is dated to the hour your dread keeps circling. Hold that while the story unfolds. Now walk into it. The knock comes at the host's door first, the traveler's knock, and the host rises and opens it at midnight with joy and dread in the same breath. Joy, because in those villages a guest at the door was an honor, a kindness the road itself had paid you, a story the whole street would tell by morning, and to receive him well was to receive him for everyone. He relights the lamp. He seats his friend in the best place in the one warm room. And then comes the dread, because honor means bread, and he crosses to the shelf in the half-dark, already knowing what his hands will find. Nothing. The day's loaves are gone, eaten down to crumbs by his own children hours ago. A guest sent to him by the road is sitting in his house in the lamplight, and he has nothing to set before him. You know that shelf. It is the truest picture of 3 in the morning ever drawn. The need arrives unannounced, the worry, the diagnosis, the silence from the person you love, the bill, the decision that will not wait much longer, and you go to the cupboard inside yourself, where the strength is kept, and find it bare. I have nothing for this. You have said those words in the dark with your own mouth. No patience left for the teenager who is breaking your heart. No wisdom left for the choice in front of you. No words left for the friend who is grieving. No strength left in advance for tomorrow's shift, which you have already worked twice in your imagination. The host in the story stood at that shelf first, in his one dim room at midnight, and the story honors him for what he did next. He did not apologize to his guest and shut the door on the need. He did not stand in front of the empty shelf rehearsing his emptiness, telling himself a better man would have baked more, a better man would have been ready. He went out. He stepped into the sleeping street, pulled the door gently behind him, and walked through the dark toward the house of a friend who had bread. Go with him down that street for a moment. Bare feet on packed earth, the houses black on either side, a dog stirring somewhere behind a wall, the whole village breathing slow behind barred doors. As far as his eyes could tell, he was the only soul awake in the world. He was wrong about that, and so are you, every time the thought comes. The traveler had been awake for hours on the road. The friend with the bread would be awake within the minute. Midnight on the night my son chose to tell of was busier with mercy than it looked from any one doorway, and it has been busier than it looks every night since. Watch the host at his friend's door now, because this next part costs him. Knocking at midnight was no light thing in that world. Every house slept as one room then, the whole family side by side on a single mat, the animals brought in along the wall, the fire banked, the heavy bar dropped across the door. A knock at that hour woke everyone, the infants, the grandmother, half the neighbors through the shared walls. The knocker knew all of it. He stood in the dark with his hand raised, fully aware of the disturbance he was about to become, and he knocked anyway, because the need inside his house outweighed the embarrassment of asking. My son named the quality that opened that door, and the name still startles people. The man received what he needed, he said, because of his boldness. The sheer nerve of the asking. The willingness to be a disturbance at the worst hour rather than let a need go unmet. That is the quality the story crowns. Heaven keeps a strange honors list, and midnight audacity is on it. That boldness is plainer in your own mouth than you fear. It sounds like asking without a window. It sounds like naming the actual amount, the actual person, the actual diagnosis, instead of praying around them in soft circles. It sounds like asking for the same thing on the 10th night in the same words as the first, with no apology stapled to it. The knocker in the story used one sentence. Friend, lend me 3 loaves. No speech about his unworthiness. No explanation of why he had run out. The need named plainly, at the worst hour, to the right door. Measure what that does to the apology you keep making. You come to me at your worst hours, half bent with embarrassment. Sorry to ask again. Sorry it is so late. Sorry it is the same request as last week. Treating your asking as an imposition to be minimized, a debt growing somewhere. The story my son told runs the other direction entirely. The again is honored in it. The late is honored in it. The knock that risks being a nuisance is the knock that gets the bread. Bring me bold asking. In all eternity, I have never once been embarrassed by a beloved voice at a late hour. The voice inside the house answers now, and my son wrote him a full speech. Do not bother me. The door is now shut. My children are with me on bed. I cannot get up and give you anything. A real voice, a tired voice, a man counting costs of his own under the blanket, the bar across the door, the children who took an hour to settle, the cold floor, the cost of one favor at midnight. He helps in the end, grumbling, lifting the bar as quietly as a heavy bar can be lifted, because the knocking will wake the children anyway, and he presses what is needed into his friend's arms through the doorway. Why my son painted him is where the whole story turns, and where many tellings of it go wrong. The sleeper behind the door is no portrait of me. He is the measuring stick my son laid down so you could read the distance. If a reluctant neighbor, dragged from his bed, protecting his own comfort, helping mainly to end the noise, if that man still rises at midnight and puts bread into his friend's hands, how much more will your Father give? That is the hinge the story hangs on. How much more? A grudging human kindness held up against an open-handed Father, and the gap between the two of them is the gospel. Set me beside him now, point by point, and read the distance for yourself. His door was barred for the night. No door of mine has ever been barred. His children were asleep beside him, and his household closed until morning. My household keeps no closing time, and no hour of the 24 has ever found me unavailable. He was woken and resented the waking. Nothing wakes me. Your midnight has never interrupted me, inconvenienced me, or caught me mid-rest, because rest is a gift I give and never a need I have. He counted the cost of one favor. I counted the cost once at a cross, and have called you worth it ever since. He gave to silence a noise. I give because giving is my nature, and you are my delight. Stand the two of us side by side until the difference settles into your body. My son told you about the grudging neighbor so that you would never again confuse him with me. And he shifted one more word as the story closed, so quietly that most ears miss it. The man in the street knocked on the door of a friend, and friend is the word the whole story runs on. Friend, lend me, though he will not rise because he is his friend. Then my son stepped out of the story to tell you who answers your knocking, and a word changes in his mouth. How much more will the Father give? He moved you up a category. Friendship rises at midnight reluctantly, weighing the favor. Fatherhood was already listening for the footsteps in the street. The door you knock on in the dark is no neighbor's door, beloved. It is the family door, and your name is on the inside of it. And what my son said I give outruns the bread. How much more, he said, will the Father give the Holy Spirit to those who ask him? At midnight you come asking for loads, for help, for the need in front of you, and I hand you those, and folded around them I hand you my own presents. The gift inside every gift is myself, the Comforter, the one who remains when the request is granted, and the morning comes, nearer to you on that pillow than the blanket is. Most midnight askers come to the door for bread and walk back to bed accompanied, and many never notice the second gift until years later, looking back at how held those nights turned out to be. One more detail of the story now, the quietest one, the one almost every telling walks straight past. Listen again to what the knocker actually said through the door. "Friend, lend me 3 loaves, for a friend of mine has arrived on a journey, and I have nothing to set before him." The man knocking at midnight was not asking for himself. His own stomach was never the matter. A guest had landed in his house, and every word of his bold, door-rattling, village-waking request was for someone else. The first asker in the school of prayer is an intercessor. My son built the lesson that way on purpose and hid it in plain sight, where only the people who pray for others in the dark would ever feel its weight. Bring the same honesty to your own 3 in the morning, to what the spiral is actually made of. Walk back through last week's waking and take inventory of the thoughts. They were of your child, the person whose health you are watching from too far away, the friend whose marriage is straining at the seams, the colleague, the parent, the grown son or daughter whose road you cannot smooth from where you lie. Your midnight mind is a house full of guests. The worry you have been calling a spiral is, underneath, a list of people who have arrived in your heart with needs you have no bread for. You have been standing at the empty shelf reciting their names in fear. The story shows you the other use for the exact same list. Carry it to the door. So knock now, while the lamp is barely out and sleep is still on its way. Bring me the guests by name, slowly, one at a time, with all the time in the world. Your child. Here is the loaf for that one, warm, already in hand. The one in the hospital corridor of your thoughts. Bread for them, and my presence in the corridor besides. The strained marriage. Bread. The unreturned message, the friend losing heart, the need you can name to no one else, and each one through my door, and hear each one received. You need no eloquence at this hour. The knocker had none, 1 sentence and an open hand, and he carried home whatever he needed. A name is a complete prayer at midnight. A breathed name, half asleep, counts in full. And bring your own name through the door last of all. You have been the host of this story all evening, standing at the shelf, walking the street, knocking for everyone you love, and the host has needs of his own that never made it into his one bold sentence. Yours have not escaped me. The weariness underneath the worrying. The wish to be looked after for one night instead of doing the looking after. Hand your own name through with the others and hear it received with the same warmth, because the intercessor is also my guest, and a place at the table was laid for you before you began asking for anyone. And once the knock is made, what it sets in motion answers the fear underneath the fear. The asking does not expire when your eyes close. A prayer is no candle that gutters out when the one who lit it sleeps. The request you make in this hour stands at my door through every hour that follows, through your deepest sleep, through the slow turning of the night, attended in hand being worked. My answering has never depended on your staying awake to supervise it. The farmer in the gospel sleeps and rises night and day, and the seed grows, he knows not how, and harvests have ripened over sleeping farmers for 10,000 years on those exact terms. Your prayers keep growing in the dark the same way. Root first, unseen in soil I tend personally. My son sealed the story 3 ways, then threw it open to the whole world. Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and it will be opened. Keep on asking. The words carry that sense in his tongue. Keep on seeking. Keep on knocking. A door you may return to without limit and without apology, tonight and 10 years from now. The 3 words climb, if you listen to them. Asking is a voice. Seeking is feet on the road. Knocking is a hand on the wood, as near as a request can stand to its answer. Wherever you find yourself on that road in the dark, voice, feet, or hand already on the door, the promise covers the whole length of it. And then the widest sentence in the whole teaching, the one with your name hidden inside it. Everyone who asks receives. Everyone. The word has no curfew in it and no waiting list. The 3 in the morning asker is inside everyone. So is the voice gone hoarse with worry, and so is the one who has knocked for the same beloved person 10 years running, and so is the one whose knock, until this hour, was barely a tap on the wood. So if the waking comes in the deep middle of this night, here is what will be true the instant your eyes open. You will wake on the doorstep of a door you have already knocked on. The asking will already be made, the names already handed through, the answer already in motion, hours into its work. The waking self forgets this, which is why I am telling the sleeping self in advance, and why I will say it again in the deep watch of this night, freshly, when you may need it most. You would not be waking to a closed heaven and an unstarted prayer. You would be waking mid-answer on a doorstep with the light on and bread already in the oven. The measure the neighbor used is the last detail, and my son chose the closing words with care. He rose and gave him whatever he needs. The asking was for 3 loaves. The giving was unmeasured, whatever the need turned out to be, loaves and more than loaves, pressed into his arms through the doorway until they were full. Provision in my house is cut to the size of the need, never to the size of the request. You will keep asking too small all your life. Beloved, everyone does, and I will keep answering to measure. The street is quiet again now. In the story, the knocker walks home through the dark with his arms full and warm. The guest is fed by lamplight. The bar drops softly back across the friend's door, and the night closes over the village like still water. One by one the sounds go out. The dog settles behind its wall. The lamp in the host window burns down to a coal and dims. The road that brought the traveler lies empty under the moon, holding nobody now, asking nothing of anybody until morning. Nothing about the hour was against him in the end. The hour held a road, and a road held a guest, and the dark held a door, and the door held a friend. You may leave the whole scene standing in this room as you drift, the answered street, the open hand, the bread. The night has more for you yet. Asking is one thing I do in the dark hours, and teaching is another, older and quieter, and in a little while, as you sink further, I will tell you what I have been known to plant in a heart at this depth of the night, in the seasons when the eyes are closed and the deepest listening begins. You need do nothing to receive that lesson. The drifting is the listening. For now the knocking is finished, and the names are handed in. The house can sleep, the street can empty, your hands can open on the blanket where they lie. Everything you passed through the door is being carried by hands that have never once dropped a midnight request, and the answering will go on in the dark, whether you witness it or sleep through it. Receive my rest now, beloved one, a little deeper than before. The shelf inside you was never your supply. I was, and I am full. Every name you handed me is fed from my table from this hour on. My peace upon your open hands, my quiet upon this settling house. The door is answered, the bread is given, and the night from here goes down in safety. Sleep, beloved. Whatever you need, I have risen to give it. Your thoughts have begun to loosen at the edges. You can feel it happening. The sentences in your head trailing off before they finish, the pictures drifting sideways, the pleasant heaviness gathering in your arms and behind your eyes. Nothing is wrong with you. This is the door of sleep opening from the inside, and you are being welcomed through it slowly, which is the only speed it opens at. It would be natural to think the day's learning is over now, that whatever the mind was going to take in, it took in by daylight, and the night is simply the lid going on. The oldest songbook in the world says otherwise. King David in the 16th Psalm. I will bless the Lord who gives me counsel. In the night also my heart instructs me. I have set the Lord always before me. Because he is at my right hand, I shall not be shaken. Therefore my heart is glad, and my whole being rejoices. My flesh also dwells secure. In the night also my heart instructs me. David knew a thing or two about nights. The shepherd nights of his boyhood, lying among the flock under open sky, counting stars instead of sheep. The running years when he slept in caves with one ear raised and a king's spear somewhere behind him in the dark. The crown years with a palace quiet around him and heavier troubles than any cave had held. Across all of them, every kind of night a life can contain, he noticed the same strange mercy. Counsel kept arriving while his eyes were closed. Lessons he had never sat for were waiting in him at sunrise. The night, which everyone else treated as the pause between days, turned out to be a school with its own curriculum, and the Lord himself kept the teaching hours. Your own people say it without knowing what they are quoting. Sleep on it, they tell each other before the big decision, after the hard conversation. Sleep on it, and nobody stops to ask the obvious question hiding inside the advice. If the problem looks different in the morning, who has been working on it overnight? The phrase assumes a tutor and never names him. David named him. I will bless the Lord who gives me counsel in the night also. My teaching at this hour is gentler than any teaching you have known. I do not lecture the sleeping. I work below the level of words, lower than hearing, down where the heart does its real arranging, and I set things in order there with no noise at all. A thought turned a few degrees, a fear placed next to a truth until the fear shows its actual size. A kindness slipped under a resentment like a coin under a door, a memory brought up from storage, and left where tomorrow will trip over it helpfully. You will sleep straight through every lesson. That was always the design. You have received this counsel before and never sent a thank you because you never traced it back. The answer that was simply present at breakfast, fully formed, after an evening when it was nowhere to be found. The anger you carried to bed with both hands that had somehow gone down to a manageable weight by morning. The decision that untangled itself overnight, the courage that was just there on the day you needed it, calm as if it had always lived in you. You said it came to me. You said I slept on it. Morning files my counsel under your own instincts, and I let it. Grace has never once asked for credit. I would rather you wake wise than wake impressed. That is the night school, and its conditions are unlike any school of the day. Daylight learning takes effort, attention, the gripping mind. Night counsel asks the opposite. The single entry requirement is surrender, eyes closed, hands open, the gripping done for the day. You cannot cram for it. You cannot fail it. The only way to attend is to let go, which means the drowsiness you are feeling at this moment is your enrollment going through. And no homework follows. Hold that, you who have turned rest itself into a task before now. The pupil's whole assignment in this school is to sleep. The teacher carries everything else, the syllabus, the pace, the marking. There has never been a pupil behind in my night school in the entire history of the dark. If a particular matter wants counsel, you may enroll it now in a breath. The decision that circled you all evening. The conversation you cannot find the shape of. The next step that will not show itself by daylight thinking. Name one in 2 or 3 drowsy words and leave it on the desk, or name nothing at all and trust me to read the room, which I have already done. Either way, the matter is on the syllabus by morning, and the teaching will be underway before you finish this breath. As for the lesson set for these hours, I will tell you plainly what is on the table since the subject is yours. We are relearning the night itself. The hour you came to bed dreading is sitting in front of you like an old word you misread for years, and across these dark hours I am teaching it to you again with its true meaning, an hour with a psalm in it, a door in it, a song in it. By morning the dread will have done its lessons too, and dread is a poor student of the truth. It tends to drop out quietly partway through the course. David tells you where he placed me for all this, and the placement is the secret of the whole psalm. I have set the Lord always before me. Because he is at my right hand, I shall not be shaken. At my right hand, within reach. The position of a friend sitting up beside the bed of someone they love, close enough that nothing needs saying, near enough to be touched without searching. That is where I have been since the lamp went out, and the firmness you can feel gathering under your drowsiness, the sense that the bed is holding you more surely than it was an hour ago, is the right-hand presence doing what it does. Then the psalm goes where you are going. Therefore my heart is glad, and my whole being rejoices. My flesh also dwells secure. My flesh also. David folds the body into the promise, the actual tired body, the shoulders, the jaw you are only now noticing was clenched, the legs heavy on the mattress. Security in my presence was never a possession of the mind alone. It comes for the muscles too, and it is in your muscles now, which is why they keep letting go in little waves without consulting you. So read the heaviness rightly as it deepens. The body is not failing as it grows heavier. It is keeping pace with the truth, agreeing with the psalm limb by limb, dwelling secure the only way flesh knows how. Heaviness at this hour is the body's amen. Each wave of it that rolls through you now, the shoulders giving up another inch, the breath finding a longer floor, is one more limb signing the psalm. The same psalm holds one more line for this room. The lines have fallen for me in pleasant places. David says a verse earlier, "Indeed, I have a beautiful inheritance." Boundary lines, he means the marked out edges of a field given to a man, and he is calling his portion good. Your boundary lines for the next while are the edges of this bed, and I am telling you what David told himself. The lines have fallen in a pleasant place. For these hours, this mattress is your whole inheritance and your whole responsibility. This room your entire estate, and everything beyond its borders is being farmed by someone else until light. Few gifts I give are more underrated than a night with such honest edges. Be patient with the slow lessons too. Counsel in the night is rarely a single night's work. The deeper subjects, the forgiveness that has years in it, the grief that is still teaching you its seasons, the fear with old roots, those I teach across many nights, a layer at a time, with a patience that has no edge and no end of term. If you have lain down with the same burden 100 times, then 100 nights of counsel have gone into you, layer upon layer, and the work is further along than daylight can measure. The slowness was never delay. Deep things are taught at the speed of deep, and I have never once lost patience in the teaching of someone I love. Nothing about you is overdue. Each layer you sink through now takes you deeper into the classroom, never further from the teacher. Drifting is attendance here. The far country of deep sleep where you remember nothing is the front row. Teaching is one work I keep for the dark hours. Another is older still, older than schools, older than words themselves, and as you settle lower, I will bring it into the room, because the deepest lessons of all were always set to music. Lower now. The thoughts can finish loosening. None of them was holding anything up. Let them trail off mid-sentence the way they have been wanting to, unfinished and unpunished. The room is steady, the right hand is where the psalm said it would be, and the counsel has already begun beneath you, quiet as roots under a field in winter, working at depths the field knows nothing about. Receive my rest, beloved, lower than the last time I gave it. Bless the Lord who gives counsel, says David, and the blessing can be a breath now, half a word, less. My instruction upon your sleeping heart, my steadying at your right side, my patience over every slow subject in you. Rest on, beloved pupil. Morning will show you what you learned. Somewhere far back in your life, a voice sang over you in the dark. You may not hold the memory itself anymore, only the shape it left, a lamplit room, a tune with no proper ending, because lullabies are not built to end, only to outlast you, sung by someone who loved you and pitched their voice low on purpose, so that the song would carry you down instead of holding you up. Almost every human being begins their acquaintance with music this way, half asleep, being loved aloud. Before you could speak, before you could understand a single word of any language, you understood that. The tune arrived ahead of all meaning and did its work anyway. The oldest book in your Bible knows where that comes from. In the book of Job, a young man speaking of me gives me a name no one else in Scripture quite repeats. God my Maker, who gives songs in the night. And David's songbook answers him across the centuries. By day the Lord commands his steadfast love, and at night his song is with me, a prayer to the God of my life. God my Maker, who gives songs in the night. Set those two titles side by side and feel the strangeness of the pairing. The Maker, the one who spoke galaxies into their places and balanced the deep on its foundations, and in the same breath, the giver of songs after dark. The hands that made everything also write music, and the publishing hour is night. Heaven runs more than one shift, and the night shift, beloved, is the music department. It was always so, from before there was anyone to sing to sleep. The same old book remembers the beginning, when the foundations of the earth were laid, and it says the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Creation opened with music. The universe was sung in before it was lived in, which means the song over your room is older than the room, older than runes, the original sound still doing its original work, settling what the Maker loves into its place. Listen to the architecture inside David's line, because he noticed the change of register and wrote it down precisely. By day the Lord commands his steadfast love. Commands. Daylight love is governing love, decree and provision and order. Sun raised, bread supplied, the world run. But at night his song is with me. The same love, the very same steadfast love, lowers its voice when the light goes. It stops commanding and starts singing. Love changes registers with the dark the way a parent's voice changes at a cot side. The day voice of instruction laid down at the door, the night voice picking up the tune. Daylight love builds and governs and provides, and it never stops, and yet it knows the hour. As the light goes, it comes and sits closer, and what it has to say, it sings. You are listening to the second voice now, and you will hear the first one again at breakfast, running the world as usual. And notice whose song it is, because this is the rest inside the verse. At night his song is with me. His song. David claims no authorship and takes no part to perform. The night singing was never your job. You are not required to harmonize or to feel musical or to manufacture a joy you cannot find at this hour. The infant under the lullaby contributes nothing to it and receives all of it. Your whole role in this music is the one you are already managing perfectly, lying still, going under, being sung over. Every lullaby ever hummed in a dark room is a quotation. The mother who sang over you, the father swaying a baby at 3 in the morning with a tune half invented, The grandmother with the old song in the old language. None of them learned that from a book. The instinct to lower the voice and sing the beloved down to sleep is my image surfacing in them, the maker's habit passed down in the making. When Job says, "I give songs in the night," he is telling you where every cot-side singer in history got the idea. What does the song do? You may wonder, drowsy as you are. Not what words do. Words carry information, and you are past receiving information now, the sentences loosening as they reach you, and that is no loss at all, because music goes on working after words blur. A song does not inform you, it accompanies you. It tells you with every bar that someone is still in the room, still unhurried, still glad to be there, and it asks nothing back. My night song carries no instructions in it. It is presence set to music, and presence is the one thing the dark ever truly lacked. You know this music from its far edges, whether you can name it or not. The child you once were, falling asleep at a family gathering in another room, the voices and the laughter, and somebody's record coming muffled through the wall, and how safe that blurred sound made the falling, because it meant the grown-ups were still up, the lights were still on somewhere, the world was being handled. That magnified past all measure is the truth of this hour. The sound through the wall of the world is mine. The lights are on in the next room of heaven, and the falling is safe. Over this room, this hour, is music no recording made. Quieter than the sounds of the house, underneath the hum of the world, the Maker's song is with you the way the psalm promised, and some of what it accomplishes you will only meet in the morning, when you wake gentler than you lay down and cannot say why. The song is not yours alone, and that is part of its sweetness. Across the dark half of the earth this hour, the same singer is at the same work, over the sleepless and the sleeping, over hospital wards and farmhouses, over the friend you prayed for earlier, and the strangers you will never meet. One voice, many rooms, no room shortchanged. You were never the only one awake, and you were never the only one sung over. The choir master who kept the sleepless man's complaint keeps a songbook for the sleeping too, and this hour, on this side of the earth, it is open. Job's line was first spoken into trouble, and the setting is its strength. It was said in the middle of the oldest story of suffering ever written down, about people still inside the dark of it. Songs in the night, given there in the thick of it, before the trouble lifted, before the answers came. My music has never waited for morning or for resolution. The song is issued in the dark, into the dark for the dark, which means the hard season you may be lying inside right now disqualifies you from nothing. The singing happens in exactly your kind of night. David's verse has one more turn, the quietest one, right at the end. At night his song is with me, a prayer to the God of my life. Follow what happens there. The song I sing over you goes down into you, and somewhere in the depths it turns and rises again as prayer, with no effort of yours in the turning. Your sleep itself becomes the response, the trust made audible to heaven, the amen your body says with every slowing breath. Sleeping under my song is praying. The trust it takes to go under, the consent of the closing eyes, the breath handed over stroke by stroke, all of it ascends, gathered into the music and carried up as intercession you are no longer awake to compose. You are about to spend hours in unbroken prayer and remember none of it, and heaven will remember all of it. So there is nothing to perform here, nothing to add, nothing to get right. The day's noise is finished, the commands of daylight are all kept, and the register has changed for the night. Only the song now, and you under it, going down by the breath. Lower still, beloved. The melody knows the road down and has made this descent with 10,000 sleepers already since dark. Each one carried the whole distance. None of them dropped between verses. Your breathing has been keeping its time for a while now without telling you. Once in a long while, the night holds one more wonder than teaching and music, rarer than both, gentler than either, a voice that says a name. As you drift, I will tell you about the first child who heard it, and what the old priest told him to do, which is the same thing I am telling you. Receive my rest, beloved, lower again. The Maker's song is over you. The steadfast love has changed into its night register, and your sleep is already turning to prayer beneath you. My music upon this room until light. Sleep inside the song, beloved. It was written over you before words were. A lamp is burning in a dark holy place, very low now, the wick long, the oil almost spent, the hour deep. The lamp of God, the old book calls it, and on the night I am remembering, it had not yet gone out. Near that lamp, in the quietest room in Israel, a boy lay asleep. His name was Samuel, and he had been given to my house as a small child and had grown up among its lamps and linens, serving an old priest whose eyes were failing. The book says plainly how things stood in those days. The word of the Lord was rare. There was no frequent vision. Heaven had gone quiet over the whole land, year upon year, a long national silence, and everyone had grown used to it the way people grow used to a drought. The old priest's eyes were going, the lamps were tended, the services went on. Nobody in Israel went to bed that night expecting anything, least of all the child lying closest to the ark, in the most sacred room in the world, sleeping the unguarded sleep of the young. From the first book of Samuel, the lamp of God had not yet gone out, and Samuel was lying down in the temple of the Lord, where the ark of God was. Then the Lord called, "Samuel," and he said, "Here I am," and ran to Eli and said, "Here I am, for you called me." But he said, "I did not call. Lie down again." So he went and lay down, and the Lord came and stood, calling as at other times, "Samuel, Samuel." And Samuel said, Speak, for your servant hears. Consider the hour and the place I chose for ending that long silence, because I could have chosen anything. The rarest word in a generation, the voice the whole nation had stopped expecting, and I did not deliver it to the high priest at the altar in the bright hour of sacrifice, or to elders gathered at a city gate, or in thunder on a mountain the way the stories remembered. I spoke it at night in a bedroom to a sleeping child. When I finally broke the silence of an age, I broke it at a bedside. That is my taste in venues, beloved, and it has not changed. And the voice itself, listen to what it was like. 3 times I called the boy, and 3 times he mistook me for the old man down the hall. 3 times. My voice in the night was so unalarming, so ordinary in its warmth, so much like someone who loved him, that a child could not tell it from family. Nothing in it to frighten anyone. When I speak into a night, I sound like home. Whatever you have been told about voices in the dark, hold on to that detail. Mine is the one that does not scare you. The book gives one more detail, and it may be the tenderest sentence in all the old stories. The Lord came and stood, calling as at other times. Came and stood. I did not summon the boy to the altar or pull him out into the dark courtyard. I crossed the room to where he lay. The maker of heaven and earth, standing at the side of a child's bed, saying his name at a volume meant for one person. All the grand architecture of that temple around them, the altar, the holy furnishings, the courts built for multitudes, and the meeting happened at a mattress. The room you are lying in now is no less likely a venue. It never was. You have wondered some nights whether anyone knows where you are at this hour in this room, on this side of the bed. I have a long history of knowing exactly and of coming to stand there. I called him by name. Samuel, Samuel. Twice over, the way you repeat a name when you love saying it. Names are how I wake the ones I love, never alarms. So here is the gentle possibility I want to lay into your drifting, with no weight on it at all. Once in a while, a waking in the night is like his. Not a malfunction, not the worry machine starting up, simply a nearness, the sense of being thought of, a quietness that feels strangely like company. If a night ever hands you one of those, you need no ritual for it. The boy's whole response was 5 words. Speak, for your servant hears. Yours can be shorter. Here I am, half spoken into the pillow, counts in full. I have never required eloquence from anyone lying down. And hear the other half, because it carries the same grace, and I will not leave it unsaid. Many wakings are only wakings. The body, the house settling, the years doing what years do. If you stir in the dark and find no voice and no nearness, only the ceiling and the quiet, you have missed nothing and failed nothing. Hold the boy himself as your comfort here. Samuel needed 3 calls and an old man's help before he recognized me, and he was asleep beside the ark itself, as close to the glory as a person could lie. Recognition is learned slowly, with help over years, and Samuel had a lifetime of listening ahead of him in which to get familiar with the voice. So do you. It is never owed in the moment, and no waking of yours is ever graded. The nights of plain sleep and the nights of strange nearness sit in the same ledger, and the ledger has one column kept. The instruction the boy was given on the biggest night of his life is the one almost nobody preaches. 3 times he ran to Eli, and 3 times the old priest gave the same direction, and it is the first spiritual counsel Samuel ever received. Lie down again. Go back to bed. The child heaven had chosen, on the very night heaven was reaching for him, was sent back to his pillow 3 times. The listening itself, when it finally happened lying down. The posture you are in at this moment is the posture the word of the Lord returned to Israel in. The bed, it turns out, is not where callings are missed. It is where his began. So your assignment now is Samuel's first one, the one the old man gave him. Lie down again. Nothing in this night requires you upright. If my voice ever wants you, it knows this address, and it sounds like home. And if the night holds only sleep, then sleep is the whole of the will of God for you until light. David has the last words of this hour, the lying down psalm, made for exactly this threshold. In peace I will both lie down and sleep, for you alone, O Lord, make me dwell in safety. Both lie down and sleep, he says, the settling and the staying settled, the whole transaction, handed over in one verse. And then the reason underneath it. You alone, Lord, make me dwell in safety. Alone. Not the locks and the walls, and not the watchfulness you finally laid down hours ago, not anything you did or remembered to do. One keeper, sufficient by himself, which is why the aloneness of this room was never what it appeared. Whatever shape the quiet around you takes, the empty other side of the bed, the house with one name on the letterbox, the partner away, the family far, David's word covers it whole. He slept surrounded by armies some nights, and utterly alone on others, and the safety came from neither company nor walls on any of them. You are alone with the one who is enough alone, and that is the most populated solitude on earth. The lamp in that old story burned on through everything, through the silence and the calling, and the boy's 3 journeys down the hall, low and steady, never quite going out. The hours ahead of you are like that now. Long, dim held. Words will come more rarely from here, spaced out across the deep of the night like that lamp's slow flame, one at a time, each one whole, none of them needing you awake. The quiet between them will not be absence. It will be the same room, the same nearness, the same watch, resting its voice. If you surface anywhere in those hours, a word will reach you shortly where you lie, and it will be enough on its own, and you may sink again before it finishes. Receive my rest, beloved at its lowest yet. The voice that called Samuel knows your name and guards it. The peace of the lying down psalm is upon you, both the lying down and the sleeping. Dwell in safety now. Lie down again, beloved, as the boy did. The lamp has not gone out, and it will not. It is the deep of the night now, and all is well. Words will come a few minutes apart from here, one at a time, each one whole. Sleep through every one of them, beloved. They are spoken over you, never to wake you. I lift up my eyes to the hills. From where does my help come? My help comes from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. The maker of all of it is the help of one sleeper in one bed. You. He will not let your foot be moved. He who keeps you will not slumber. 2 of you came into this night, and only one of you needed sleep. You were that one. Take it. Behold, he who keeps Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. A whole nation under one unsleeping watch, and you inside it, counted, named, held past counting. Beneath your sleeping, the council is still going in, quiet as roots in winter, ordering what the day left scattered. By morning, it will feel like your own idea, and I will let it. I sign nothing. Sleep on, pupil of the night. The term continues without you beautifully. When I remember you upon my bed, and meditate on you in the watches of the night. A drowsy half-thought of me from a pillow counts as meditation. David said so, and he wrote it lying down. Listen to nothing. The song needs no audience. Lower than the house sounds, under the hum of the world, the Maker is still humming over this room, the night register of a love that ran the daylight. You will wake gentler for it, whether you ever hear a bar of it or not. If I say, surely the darkness shall cover me, and the light about me be night. A man once tried to imagine a dark too deep for God. He could not finish the sentence. Even the darkness is not dark to you. The night is bright as the day. What looks like blackness from your pillow is broad daylight from mine. I am not watching you through the dark, beloved. For me there is no dark to watch through. That door from the early night stands open still, and every name you handed through is at my table this minute, being fed, being worked, being kept. Nothing has lapsed because you slept. Nothing handed to me has ever lapsed for any reason at all. The Lord is your keeper. The Lord is your shade on your right hand. Closer than the blanket, nearer than the pillow, at the right hand where the psalm always said. Your body is deep in its quiet repair now, mending what the day wore down, sorting, restoring, working its appointed night shift with no supervisor and no applause. Most of my maintenance of you has always happened in the dark, and tonight is a full night's work. For you have been my help, and in the shadow of your wings I will sing for joy. Under wings is where you have been sleeping this whole time. The shadow over you was shelter all along. At this depth, the choirmaster's psalm is still true. Whatever you muttered at me in the early hours, the sharp words, the half-finished ones, all of it is kept, honored, filed among the songs of the house. Heaven keeps no separate drawer for the sour prayers. One archive, all of it holy. The Lord will keep you from all evil. He will keep your life. Keep and keep, twice in one breath of Scripture. The word the whole night has been resting on. Pleasant lines, the psalm calls them, the marked edges of a given field. Yours have fallen at the borders of this bed. One mattress is the whole estate until light, and everything beyond its edges, the house, the people, the morning, is being farmed by other hands. Rest inside your borders, beloved landholder. How precious to me are your thoughts, O God! How vast is the sum of them, more than the sand. At this moment, some of that sand is about you, more of it than you will ever count. A lamp in the old story burned low all night beside a sleeping boy, and it did not go out, and morning found it faithful. The lamp over you is of that kind. Low is not out. Quiet is not gone. Dim is how steadfast looks at 4 in the morning. My soul clings to you. Your right hand upholds me. Two grips on one sleeper, and only one of them ever tires. When yours loosens in sleep as it should, mine is the one that holds. Across the dark side of the earth this hour, others are sleeping under this same watch, in rooms you will never see, and a few are lying awake under it being met. You have never once been the only one in either condition on any night of your life. deepest sleep is where you are most kept and least aware of it. The trust complete, the keeping complete, neither one disturbing the other. You may stay down there for hours freely. Awareness was never the price of the watch. The watch deepens from here, and the middle of the night is furnished and ready. If any eyes open in this house in the next hour, what they open onto has been prepared. All is well. All is well. If your eyes are open now, be easy. Nothing has gone wrong. You have surfaced in the deep middle of the night, and this part of the night was written for exactly this, and for exactly you. Take one long breath before any thought is allowed to speak. There is no rush in this hour. The hour itself is not in a hurry, and neither am I. You are lying in the most rumored hour of the night, the one with the worst reputation in your bedroom. Stay with me a little and hear its actual record. At midnight I rise to praise you, says the longest psalm in the book. There are people, and there have always been people, who set themselves to wake at this hour on purpose. For praise. The hour has volunteers. Monks have risen for this hour for 15 centuries. Mothers have prayed through it over cots. The hour you fell into by accident, others have sought out like a well. They knew what was here. What is here is me. The same presence as at noon, undimmed, unhurried, not woken by you, because nothing wakes me. You have surfaced into company, beloved. That is the whole of what has happened. Let me tell you where two friends of mine once spent this hour. A prison in Philippi, the inner cell, the deepest one, the dark made of stone and iron. Their backs were torn from the rods that afternoon, their feet were fastened in the stocks, and morning was a long way off, as bad a night as nights come. About midnight, Paul and Silas were praying and singing hymns to God. About midnight, in the deepest cell of the worst night of their lives, two men found the hour you are lying in, and they put music in it. They did not sing because the pain had stopped. It had not stopped. They sang in the middle of it before any answer arrived, while everything was still wrong, with the stocks still on their feet. My songs are given in the night, into the night for the night. The music has never waited for morning, and it is not waiting now. And then the line I most want you to hear at this hour. And the prisoners were listening to them. The other prisoners. The whole dark building was awake, cell upon cell of sleepless men, listening in the dark. Every man in that prison thought he was alone in his cell until the singing started. Then the dark filled up with company. One song, and the whole house of the Sleepless discovered each other. You thought a few minutes ago that you were the only one awake in the world. The men in that prison thought the same, each in his own dark, until two voices proved otherwise. Beloved, the building was always full. It is full now. At this very hour, across the dark half of the earth, the congregation of the sleepless is keeping its parish. The new mother, the worrier, the grieving, the one on shift, the one in the hospital chair, the one who simply woke like you. None of them can see the others. Every one of them is lying in a private dark that feels like the only dark. And over every single one, the same singer, the same watch, the same hour of mercy. One window alight in a city of lit windows. So your waking has placed you somewhere, not nowhere. You are in the night congregation now, counted in with the monks and the mothers and the singing prisoners, and the membership asks nothing of you. Lying there is enough. When the singing ended in that prison, the doors stood open and the chains lay loose on the floor. I tell you only how it ended. Openings, loosenings. That is what this hour leaves behind it. Mornings full of doors. Whatever woke you has somewhere to go. One sentence, aimed at me, no politeness required. A name. Less than a name, a breath in my direction. Heaven has a long record of honoring the blunt ask at the worst hour, and the record is open now. And if the waking brought a worry with it, set the worry where the loaves are given. It has joined a list that is already being fed. Nothing you add at this hour goes to the back of any queue. Nothing needs solving before you may sleep again. The problem that surfaced with you will keep until daylight and will look smaller there. They nearly always do. The hour is not an exam, and you are not behind in it. The night school runs on the moment you go under, and the council keeps arriving, asleep or awake, either way enrolled. The boy in the temple was sent back to bed 3 times on the night heaven called his name. Lie down again was the holy instruction, 3 times over. It is yours now with the same gentleness. Lie down again. Your part of the watch was never assigned. The post is manned. It was manned before you woke, and your eyes closing now will leave no gap in any wall. The watchman does not change at this hour. He has no relief and needs none. Let the body lead the way back down. The long breath out, longer than the one that came in. The jaw unclenching. The hands open on the blanket. The body remembers the road into sleep. It has walked it 10,000 times. The song is still going, lower than hearing, and it will carry you the rest of the way like the lullaby did when you were too young to know the words. You contributed nothing then either. It worked anyway. I awake, and I am still with you. David wrote that line for this exact minute, and you have just proved it from the inside. You woke, and I was still here, already here, here before your eyes finished opening. Every surfacing of your whole life ends in those same 4 words. Still with you. The hour you feared has turned out to be furnished. A psalm with volunteers in it. 2 men singing. A listening congregation. An open door. A keeper who needed no waking. Carry that back down with you. The reputation is settled. Sleep is allowed now, fully allowed. The prisoners did not stay up all night, and the singers themselves slept before dawn in their open cell. The song outlasts the singers every night. It will outlast you tonight, and that is its job. Go down slowly, in your own time, no schedule on the descent. The congregation will hold the hour without you. The parish never closes. The membership never lapses. And if sleep stands a little way off yet, no matter at all. Lie in the company. Being awake in this watch is not failure. It is attendance. The hour counts you present either way, and the rest is restoring you either way. Lower now, beloved of the night congregation, lower by the breath. The singing carries on where you leave off. The parish holds the hour, and nothing in this room requires your eyes. They have permission to stay closed for good this time. Kept. That is the word over you as you go. Kept at midnight, kept at the cockcrow, kept to morning. One column in the ledger, and your name in it. The deep watch holds, and the night has begun its long, slow lean toward the light. Hours remain, all of them spoken for. Sleep on, beloved. Everything below carries on without you as it was built to. The sun shall not strike you by day, nor the moon by night. Day and night both disarmed in one verse, the whole turning of the sky made harmless to you, around the clock and around the year. Whatever you handed over at the door is further along than it was an hour ago. Knitted, risen, tended in the dark kitchen, where nobody stands over the bread. The answering works the night shift too. In all of history, it has never once clocked off. The dread you carried to bed is not being carried back out of this night. It is starving quietly somewhere in these hours, unfed by your imagination, which is busy resting. Let it go hungry. Somewhere in you, beneath remembering, the slow subjects are being taught. The forgiveness with years in it. The grief learning its seasons. Layer by layer, at the speed of deep, with no end of term. The friend at the door gave what was asked. The Father gives more than is asked, with his own presence folded around it. You will unwrap some of this night for years. The Lord will keep your going out and your coming in from this time forth and forevermore. Every exit and entrance of your whole life, bracketed in one promise. This bed tonight, that door tomorrow, all of it inside the keep. One by one, the parish of the Sleepless has gone back under, window after window darkening across the turning earth, each one met before it dimmed, none of them sent down unaccompanied. The watch over them continues into their sleep, as it continues into yours, seamless, shiftless, sure. Your breath has been keeping time with an older rhythm for hours now, in and out, given and returned, counted like treasure either way. You have never once breathed unaccompanied. Still, the lamp has not gone out. It was never going to, in the boys' temple or in this room. Low and steady was always its way of saying permanent, and the last hours of a night are where it proves it. What was sour in the early night is sweet in the keeping now. A complaint became a psalm once in older hands than memory, and yours is lying in the same hands this hour, undergoing the same patient mercy on its way to music. morning is being prepared the same way the deliverance was, quietly, overnight, while the people of God lie still. You will step into finished work at first light. It is being finished now. Already, the instinct you will trust at breakfast is being shelved in you. The answer that will simply be there, fully formed, the softness where the anger was, the nerve for the conversation. All of it filed this hour, labeled in your own handwriting, my counsel wearing your name. My help comes from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. And the Maker is not stretched by the making. One sleeper's keeping costs him nothing and means everything. You are the easy part of his night and the dear part. Still the names sit at my table, every one you handed through, and the feeding has not paused for a single course. When you wake, the day's worries can come through the same door, and the door takes morning knocks on the night's own terms. No closing time, no cue. Sleep itself is still praying for you, breath by breath, the long amen your body has been saying since you went under. Hours of unbroken intercession, and you will remember none of it. Heaven will remember all of it. The watches of the night are almost walked now. You have come through the evening watch, the midnight, the cockcrow, carried the whole distance, dropped nowhere, dropped never. What is left of the dark is the gentlest stretch, the downhill of the night, the part the watchmen walk with their hands in their pockets, and it runs straight into the light. Nothing is asked of you on this last road. Arrival is handled, beloved. It always was. All night the shade on your right hand has not moved, through every watch, every turning, every hour you cannot account for. When the light comes, it will not leave its post. Daylight does not relieve the keeper. It only makes him easier to believe in. A whole night, beloved, nearly done, and not 1 minute of it unattended. Hold nothing. Carry nothing. The carrying was never the arrangement. I wait for the Lord, my soul waits, and in his word I hope. The oldest posture in the dark, and you have been in it all night without trying, lying down, hoping in your sleep. My soul waits for the Lord more than watchmen for the morning. More than watchmen for the morning. Twice, because the watchmen know what is coming. The morning has never once failed a watchman, and it is on the road to you now. The light at the edge of the curtain has changed. Not morning yet, only the first gray loosening of the dark, the hour when the room begins to give back its shapes. The chair, the door, the line of the window. The night is folding itself away. And if sleep still holds you, beloved, stay in it as long as it stays. The morning will keep, and so will every word of this. These words know how to wait. But before the night goes, it has one more story for you, the oldest vigil ever recorded, and the one your whole night has been resting on. From the book of Exodus, on the last night Israel ever spent in Egypt. It was a night of watching by the Lord to bring them out of the land of Egypt. So this same night is a night of watching kept to the Lord by all the people of Israel throughout their generations. A night of watching by the Lord. Stand inside that sentence a moment, because the whole of Scripture holds nothing else quite like it. On the most dangerous night of their lives, the night before the greatest morning of their lives, my people were indoors, behind marked doors, the lamb shared, the bread made in haste, the sandals waiting by the bed. And the verse does not say they kept watch. It says I did. The watching that night was mine, named mine forever in my own book. The Lord Himself posted at the door of every household, through every hour until the morning that set them free. They slept on the night everything depended on. They rested with their packs beside them while I stood the watch, children asleep on the eve of the longest journey of their lives, a captivity 4 centuries old ending quietly around them in the dark. And the wonder inside that belongs to your morning too. The greatest deliverance in their history happened overnight, while they rested. They closed their eyes in the old life and opened them in the first morning of the new one. Freedom was prepared while they slept, and the only vigil ever asked of them afterward was remembrance, a night kept each year to the Lord, not to guard anything, only to retell the night He guarded them. That is the shape of every night you have ever survived, and it is the shape of the one now ending. So before you rise, let me give you back this night from my side of it, the side you could not watch from. You lay down measuring the night. 5 hours, 4.5, the alarm checked twice, the bracing already begun behind your closed eyes. What you could not have counted was this. The watch was already set before the lamp went out. You did not begin this night alone and then get found partway through. You were kept from the first minute, as Israel was kept from the moment the doors were marked, and your bracing, brave as it was, guarded nothing that was not already guarded. Asaph kept you company in the first hour, the choirmaster who blamed me for his open eyes and was given a psalm for it. Whatever you said to me in the early dark, the sour words, the swallowed ones, the questions with no answers attached, all of it was received on the same terms as his, kept whole, struck from no record, counted as prayer. Nothing you whispered this night embarrassed heaven. Then there was a door, and you knocked on it. You handed names through before sleep took you, your child, the one whose health you watch, the strained marriage, the friend losing heart, your own name last of all. Here is the report from the door. Now that morning is near. Every loaf went out. The answering worked the whole night through, hour upon hour, while you knew nothing of it, as bread rises in a dark kitchen with nobody standing over it. Prayers you have no memory of finishing were finished from my side. Names you handed over half asleep were carried fully awake. And if the knocking never happened, if sleep took you before you ever reached the door, no matter at all. The door takes morning knocks on the terms it takes midnight ones, and the names can go through with your first waking breath. The middle hours were mine in a different way. As you went down through the watches, I did what I have always done in the deep seasons of the night. I taught lower than hearing, the counsel my word says I give in the night seasons, written into you where the morning will find it as instinct and call it your own idea. And I sang. The maker who gives songs in the night did not skip your room. There was music over your sleep that no recording made, and if you wake gentler than you lay down, that is some of what it was for. The deepest hours, the ones you have no memory of at all, those were mine entirely. You were never more completely kept than in the hours you cannot account for. The keeper of Israel neither slumbered nor slept, and the blank pages in your memory of this night are the pages where my watching was busiest. The door held, the house held, the breath in your body counted in and counted out like a treasure being told. You surrendered all supervision of yourself for hours at a stretch, the most trusting act a human being performs, and the trust was honored down to the last unremembered minute. And if you surfaced in the middle, if your eyes opened in the deep watch, then you know now that you rose into company. The hour was furnished and waiting. Across the dark side of the earth, the congregation of the sleepless was keeping its strange parish, the worried, the watching, the ones singing in their chains at midnight while the other prisoners listened, and you were counted among them, one window alight in a city of lit windows you could not see. And if you slept straight through, others surfaced in your place and were met, and the watch never thinned. The watchmen of the psalm waited for the morning. More than watchmen wait for the morning. And here is the morning, arriving on schedule, as it has arrived every time. You are holding the proof of the oldest promise in your hands right now. The light at the curtain is the night watch ending in the only way my night watches ever end. So hear the echo of this whole night land, finally, in full. You were never awake alone. That was true in the first hour, when Asaph kept you company, and true in the deep watch, when the sleepless parish surrounded you. And the fuller half of it is true this morning. While you slept, you were watched. The vigil did not pause when your awareness did. Awake, you were accompanied. Asleep, you were guarded. At no minute of the last 8 hours, in no state, in no watch, were you ever unattended. It was a night of watching by the Lord. Your name can go in that verse this morning beside Israel's, without stretching it. A distance has been traveled while you lay still. The one who lay down was bracing, doing sums against a dreaded hour, sleeping in a defensive crouch. The one waking is somebody who has been kept, whose feared hour either never came or came and was found furnished, whose night turned out to have a guard on it the whole time. The dread you carried to bed did not survive the night's keeping. It went out quietly somewhere in the small hours, a lamp the dawn no longer needs, and what is rising in its place weighs almost nothing. The night did its other work too, the work that never needed you. The body took its repair in the dark, mended and sorted and restored with no supervisor. The prayers grew root first in soil I tend personally. And the day now arriving comes to you newly provisioned, with strength issued for its own hours, size to what it actually holds rather than to what the dark imagined into it. One more word of scripture, the one I want to be the first full sentence of your day. David prayed it as a morning request, and I am answering it before you ask. Let me hear in the morning of your steadfast love, for in you I trust. Make me know the way I should go, for to you I lift up my soul. In the morning, steadfast love, heard first. The world will start handing you its bulletins the moment you reach for the phone. The news, the messages, the list, all of it shouldering forward to be the first voice of your day. Mine got here earlier. Before any headline, before any inbox, this stands delivered. You are loved with a love that stood watch over you all night and has no intention of going off duty now that you can see. Everything else you hear today arrives second. And the way you should go, David's other request, is also already answering. You need the route for one day only. The light has been issued for these particular hours, enough of it, cut to fit, and the turnings will show themselves as you reach them, as the road home shows itself, one lit stretch at a time. The whole map was never the offer. The guide was. Rise without a backlog, beloved. The night handled what the night was given. The names are at my table, the questions are in my keeping, and nothing you handed through the door in the dark needs collecting on your way out of it. You may walk into this day carrying only the day. The first worry of the morning will present itself early. It usually does, arriving with your first cup, asking to be carried again, as though the night had settled nothing. You will know what to do with it now. It has a door. You stood at that door a few hours ago with your arms full of names, and the door has no closing time in daylight either. Whatever shows up at your shelf today can be walked down the same street, and the asking will cost you one sentence, just as it cost the knocker. And about the coming nights, one quiet word, because the next bedtime will arrive, and the old bracing will reach for you out of habit. Its grip has changed, and you will feel that it has. The hour you used to dread has a new name now, in your own history and not only in my book. You have spent a whole night inside its true reputation, the psalm, the door, the songs, the watch, and the next time you lie down you will be arriving somewhere you know, where the watchman is already posted and the kettle of mercy is already on. The watch itself does not end this morning. The rest of the Exodus verse says so throughout their generations, a vigil with no final night. What I kept for Israel I have kept for every generation since, and what I kept over your sleep I now keep over your waking. Dawn does not relieve me of duty. The watch only changes light. I go with you out of this room the way I went with them out of Egypt, ahead, beside, behind, the same keeper in the morning that I was at midnight. The house is beginning to stir now, or it soon will, and beyond it the street, and beyond the street the scattered parish of the night, all of them rising out of one watched dark into one delivered morning, each one as attended in daylight as they were in the deep watch. The one who surfaced at 3 and was met. The one who knocked for a child at midnight. The one who slept straight through in the arms of the watch and will never know how closely the night was held around them. all rising now, in time zones and terraced houses and tower blocks, the night congregation dissolving into the day the way stars dissolve into morning, still there, only outshone. The night is folded and put away. It was a good night. It was a kept night. It will be counted among the nights of watching by the Lord, because that is what it was. Receive my morning now, beloved one, with the light rising in it. The vigil over your sleep is complete, and the vigil over your day has already begun. One watch handed to the other without a gap of breath could fall through. My steadfast love heard first. My road lit for one day. My peace upon your rising upon this house, upon every door you walk through before the dark comes kindly round again. Rise, beloved. The morning is in the same hands the night was. Friend, the vigil is complete. 8 hours watched from the first minute to this one, exactly as promised. If you woke in the night, would you leave the time below? Just the time, nothing more. Then read the other answers there. You will see with your own eyes what the whole night has been saying. You were never the only one awake. Save this watch for whenever the dark feels long again. It needs no starting point. Begin anywhere, any night, and it will find you where you are. And if you would like the next watch to reach you when it comes, Midnight Mercy will keep more nights like this one, here at Atmosphere of Grace. Go gently into your morning now. The night was kept. So are you.